Hey, I'm gonna say this. I know where America is crumbling. Okay, and I always been a peaceful person. And I always encourage peace. Okay, but I'm gonna tell you guys the reason why it's going to be a lot of violence, and the only thing that's coming is war, and there will be no peace. Okay, this is what I'm explaining to you guys. I'm a very peaceful person. Okay, I don't encourage violence. Okay, what we're really dealing with is a tyrannical, corrupt, blind-ass, unjust system that are actually going around illegally targeting and profiling law-abiding citizens. They form their Freemasonry little satanic faggot-ass dictatorship. When you really wake up and you see how the system really runs, and you don't live your life in fear, but you live your life in truth. You get what I'm saying? You really see how things are going to play out and how things really work. And there's going to be a large increase in violence because this system seeks to create violence. Okay, not only that, but when you take everything away from an individual who's used to getting up, going to work every day, paying rent, his housing and everything else, and handling his business, a hardworking normal citizen. Okay, a middle class citizen. Okay, you take everything away from them, a lot of these people are going to react violently on your stupid asses. Okay, it's going to be increasing violence. You got the cops and the FBI torturing people, harassing them, and hiring a bunch of fucking criminals, employed through the prison industrial complex to attack, illegally target innocent civilians. So a lot of people are not going to put up with that. A lot of strong-minded people who don't live their life in fear, they're not going to put up with it. You know what I'm saying? So even now, an increase in violence. Last week they were saying it was like a 300%. Now it's like 425%. Okay, I checked the statistics, and this is not really in one city or state. This is countrywide. Okay, United States through the countrywide. No, this is not a record. This is live. I'm just in the dark, really. Kind of in the dark, you guys. So it's not a recording. I mean, it's a live stream. That's what it is. But you're going to see a large increase of violence because you're dealing with a corrupt, tyrannical ass system that's trying to silently purge people out. Not only that, but they're creating violence. Okay, you got the government that is pretty much so-called satanic or Illuminati. Yeah, satanic or Illuminati. And what they're doing is they're trying to wage psychological warfare on strong-minded people. Okay. So they're beaming frequencies like in my head and stuff like that. A lot of people don't have the strength that I actually have. You get what I'm saying? They're beaming electronic frequencies in my head. They torture me. They gassing me. This government is doing all kinds of shit to me, and they want me to react out in violence, deliberate destruction of life, family, friends, finances, jobs. A lot of people going to resort to violence on their stupid asses. Then you wonder why they put a barricade around the White House. That's because they already know they full of shit and they already know what they're doing is unjust. That's why they put fences up and barricades at the White House because these stupid assholes already know what's coming. You're illegally attacking people with electronic assaults. You're radiating civilians, hitting them with microwave attacks, torturing them, destroying our families, destroying our livelihoods. So they're looking for violence, okay? And their little faggot ass secret society, just like I said, FBI and the NSA, okay? This is all done by FBI and the National Security Agency, attacking civilians with satellite-based weaponry. I'm not scared. I'm fucking sick of them. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to do nothing stupid at the same time. I'm going to maintain my integrity and my credibility. And not only I'm exposed to that stupid asses. And the minute you come for me, I'm going to do what I got to do to defend myself, okay? They're mad because I'm exposing their corruption and their fraud. And what we have is the Federal Bureau of Investigation actually placing bounties on innocent civilians working with criminal networks employed through the prison industrial complex to conduct government-sponsored organized crime on innocent civilians. The only thing I want to do is fucking work. Work. Get a job and be left alone and not be fucking tortured. Okay? Go back to my normal life before I became a targeted individual. Okay, I own multiple cars. I had my own house. I had everything. Okay, now they're fucking torturing me. They doing all this shit to deprive me from work, stop me from working, fired me. I'm getting tortured. I'm getting stalked. I'm getting harassed, and they act out the violence. You guys, don't feed into that faggot ass bullshit. When they do this video recant, I could have easily pulled out a AR-15 and killed one of these dumbasses if I wasn't strong as I was.
You don't want to do that.
Don't resort to violence, you guys. Pull out a camera, expose their stupid asses, and let them be the walking stupid ass sacrifice, and let them pay the judgment and the oath they took to that Freemasonry faggy Illuminati shit. So you got a bunch of cowards that are actually going around trying to create crime. You know what I'm saying? They want you to react violently. And this is your government. They're little faggot-ass secret societies that are controlled by fear. They've been attacking my brain with electronic frequencies all day, trying to create some kind of mental instability. And this is the whole game. This is their game. You can't create mental instability in a strong-minded ass person. Now, I know exactly what you're doing to me. That's why I'm exposing it. Yeah, the FBI is a bunch of corrupt faggots that need to be tried for treason and hung. All them fuckers. I am sick of them. They're using these little ex-cons and criminals to being frequencies in my head. I suffer from electronic harassment. Okay, I woke up early this morning with a mind.
I studied in America on social media. These sick Nazis individuals need to be put down like these satanic psychopaths they are. They're trying to destroy people's minds and using this individual. Yeah. Frequencies technology. Excuse me, the brain interface technology. Narcissist.
Migraine headache from high pitched frequency ringing, okay, in my head. What they're doing is they infiltrated a lot of our family members. I know my family members are pretty much servants of the state, gang stalkers. And what they do is they infiltrate your family, okay? They use your family members as agents of the state to pretty much sell you out to try to cover up their fucking corruption. Then what they tell their family members is, oh, the guy who believes in God, who did nothing wrong, he's going to get you killed. So we got to kill him. It's all brainwashing and fucking fraud and lies by these satanic faggots. So they play off family members against each other, and the innocent civilian is labeled a target. See, I can see through that stupid ass corruption, and I'm not brainwashing each other. I'm not going to. Meanwhile, you got the government that is creating all the fucking crime. I can see through that stupid ass corruption, and I'm not brainwashing each other. Meanwhile, you got the psychology fraud. Everything is backwards. Yeah, these are a bunch of fucking faggots and criminals.
It's a guy called Cliff, and the program is all a trap.
And I'm sick of it. You hear what I'm saying? Now, not all police involved, but a large variety or majority are. So I don't put that title on all. You know, I judge situations individually and accordingly. You know what I mean? Like, if I know I'm doing wrong, you get what I'm saying? Like, if I'm speeding or something, going too a little bit fast, I get pulled over, okay, I accept that. I accept that as judgment. You get what I'm saying? But if I get pulled over for nothing, and I know I ain't do nothing wrong, then you got these faggot-ass satanic people illegally tracking me, illegally surveilling me, beaming voices into my head, and you're talking about kidnapping me, raping me, and torturing me, and you're trying to jail me when no crime has been committed or no due process. You're not going to get a license. You're going to get an assault rifle. So I know when I've done wrong. You get what I'm saying? But this is the shit that these people are doing. And people are sick of them. That's why you're going to see a large increase of violence, okay? You got these satanic Illuminati faggots that are cyber torturing people. That's a testimony, you guys. When I open my mouth, my body is fully fucking prepped. see this? My feet operate. This is what happened really when I opened my mouth from. My name is Nick Flores, October 30th, 2018. I'm suffering very much from mind control, psychotronic torture. It's really bad. I shake the negative nervous system. I can.
Wow.
Please talk. Well, my name is Nick Flores, and I'm suffering from psychotronics from the United States. They're suffering.
Don't stare at the sun for 15 minutes straight. It really hurts. It's horrible. David! I think my life just flashed before my eyes. Sure, the light flashed before all of us. What do you mean? We saw everything. Everything? You still went to bed? What? You cry yourself to sleep every night? You saw that? I saw everything too. You should really get that checked out by a doctor. What else did you see? Dude, you stole my bike. And you traded it for Pokemon cards. I got a Pikachu. I know, I saw it. Okay, I'm sorry, man.
There's some behaviour going on in Block 7. And my safety on screens. There's some men who don't live there. One's making them wine. The formerly in UK. Date 11th, late 2022. UK. These brain cells of these perpetrators have no clue. They're demonically possessed. They're the ones that need to be taken off this bloody world, be educated into this. Not their souls output, aren't they? Well, these are wow. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world. Don't know if you can see on the webcam. I'm going to play the bucket knock in the background. Don't know if the full moon can be seen on the webcam. The stars are out, it's amazing. There's weird stuff going on in the world, I tell you. I reckon there's going to be evil fun in 2023, 2024. Time is just a moment in space. Time's going so quick. The spiritual awakening. There's a shift happening too. I'll be back. Get something.
So there's been this devastating report that's been released, and shout out to Savannah Hernandez. All right, I believe her channel is called Sav Says, and she did an epic report with a National Guardsman. All right, National Guardsman who's current, and his face and identity was not revealed for his own safety, but the things he said are just, they're unbelievable. All right. And the reason why this matters, okay, because this is going to come over the border when it hits the fan. All right. It's already coming over now, but when it really hits the fan, it's gonna be here. All right. The cartels and gangs are gonna start taking over America like they do Mexico. All right. And I feel like this could happen a lot sooner than we think based on what this guy's been telling us. All right. So he was saying that they are constantly being shot at from the cartel from across the border, and they're not allowed to shoot back because they're not allowed to shoot into Mexico because they're technically United States officials, and they don't, I guess, the United States doesn't want to be represented like that. But this is insane that he said he feels like a sitting duck that he's just getting shot at. He said that there are decapitations and heads found. Okay? He said they find heads. And this is real, all right? I read an article just the other day that a head was found inside of a box in a major Mexican city. And it's a known area for cartel and gang activity. This is very dangerous. These are very dangerous people. These are some of the most dangerous criminals on earth, right? And they're organized. So it's dangerous to have this coming over the border. And he was also saying that there's this house that everyone knows about, and he said that bodies are dragged out of the house from behind a car. Bodies. So they're not alive, bodies are just dragged out, and they drag them over the border and then cut them loose. They just cut the bodies over there, and then they just drive back. And they just leave a bunch of dead bodies over the border for the border patrol to be traumatized and have to deal with and be, like that's traumatic. All right, that's very traumatic. Nobody should have to see sick stuff like that. Right, that's sick. And just recently too, a new police chief was elected, and he was wiped out by the cartel. Mexico.
Good
This
question.
happens all the time. This is very dangerous. And this National Guardsman is warning. Hey guys, this is right here. This is right on the border. What happens when we're overwhelmed? What happens when there's a collapse? What happens when we don't have funding for the National Guard or Border Patrol? Or they're just overwhelmed. The cartel gets so organized and so well funded that, right, they just take over. They have more people, they have more weapons. This is very dangerous. We could see like some Mad Max scenarios in America, right? And this is Mexico. This is our closest neighbor, right? Canada and Mexico, these are our neighbors. Imagine if your neighbor in your neighborhood, they were selling a bunch of drugs, right? They were running drug rings. They kidnapped people. They would, get rid of people. They would do crazy things like beheadings. All right, imagine if your neighbor did this, and that's what's happening here. It could easily spill over to you. You know, one of the people at the neighbor's house could easily get over here and hurt somebody. Something could happen, all right, or it could spill over. They could take over your house. There's enough people. This is like not okay, all right. And when it really hits the fan, when we don't have enough funding, that's what we're moving towards. We're moving towards this dollar collapse. What happens when we can't fund our military? We can't fund our National Guard. We can't fund security. We can't fund the police. All these different things. It's already moving towards that, right? It's all the money's just debt anyways. So we already technically can't fund it. So this is serious, guys, and it's also discretionary for the president. You know, how much enforcement is controlled, and if this spills over, I mean, good luck. If you're in Texas, everywhere. It's gonna be everywhere. But if you're in Texas or California, these border states, these big ones, it's gonna be scary. It's gonna be a nightmare. I'm sure there's already a lot of people that are worried about it. All right. So make sure you're prepared, guys. This is coming, and look at all these countries collapsing as well. Right? All these Central American, South American countries, Argentina, Panama, that are collapsing. They are just going to move north, up into Mexico, up into the United States. Okay, so this is only going to keep happening. The United States. It's only going to get worse. Okay. The Washington D.C. mayor, and I think the New York mayor now. It's only going to get worse. The Washington has even declared.
So what was that?
A state of emergency
Yeah,
because all these migrants
here
are showing up
really?
there. They're getting bused there. They're getting chipped there. But
let me screen share this. I guess no one's showing up. Oh, I'm always being hacked. I am being hacked on this computer anyway. So they do block people coming into my chat. Yeah, LA in America. Yeah. There's a few people I know in California. It's all controlled. Let me just get into the main screen share. Oops, that was not that one. Bear with us a minute. Let's go into my I'm going to be too surprised because what's going on over here in England. It's all bad sound. And then you got the advanced technology as well. Trauma-based monitor technology on top. Controlling the minds of men and women. There's so much technology already here. In what way? Bear with me. I like your picture in your video channel. Right, I see what you mean, yeah. Yeah. You're into the self-defense. Working out. That's good. Yeah. When I think about psychological tactics, there's a lot of unrest everywhere, isn't there? You got to do what you got to do to survive. You do a lot of good workouts. That's pretty good. Yeah. It's very important to actually keep fit. I used to do that years ago. Just go to the gym, do the swim, do the running. I'll watch some of your videos later. Yeah, I suppose, depending what, I suppose, if you look at the shift, let me get drunk. In the gangs, yeah. In England, I couldn't go from certain things, I can't go into personal things. I'm gonna go in quotation. If you're not part of the criminality, drug dealing, I mean, it starts off from small fry. So you've got your cannabis dealing, perhaps cocaine and the drug dealing and all that stuff, small fry, small time dealers, right? Then you got the middle, you know how it goes with the middle runners, and then you got the big timers. And if you go in bigger picture, it's nothing new, because it's orchestrated. You got the dodgy side of life, and people that don't have conscience will do what they've got to do. And sometimes it's a method of survival. If you don't have the opportunities in the beginning of life, or a family kind of so-called normal life, then yeah, one is going to be caught up in all that. Then you're going to get the corrupt, upper-standard public servants, i.e. police. They're going to get under cover of them as well. They're always about, aren't they? And you're going to find the ones that will cross the line get covered up because of members of Masonic Lodge, Freemasonry. And if you go into Freemasonry, you go back into my channel. Yeah, that picture is my dog lifting. Oh gosh, sorry, I'm going to cough in a minute. So it's just read a comment. Oh yeah, that's the picture of my dog lifting weights for my workout and videos on YouTube. But my dog is, oh bless him. Oh bless him. Oh, I miss beautiful animals and dogs, you know. Good companies. Yeah, rest in peace, eh? I'll say hi, by the way. This channel's a mixture of the weather. It's a mixture of exposing certain things, which unfortunately is censorship, not just on Google Inc. Corporation and YouTube. In England, online, you gotta be careful what you say, because excuse me, they're just they're just gonna use everything against you. Right. Now, educateyourself.org is the website, streaming above. .org, end times / Freemasons. I might have spelled that wrong, demons. Just bear with me. I love my dog like it was my. Yeah, you would definitely. I had 2 people. Well, I had more cats than that. When I first moved here years ago, we had 2 beautiful cats, harmless, absolutely harmless, nasty pieces of work around here. You can't smell a cat, for God's sake. You know what I mean? In the flats, you call it apartments in America, but in England it's flats, and you had bloody nasty pieces of work around here. That means that I've got 2 cats and they didn't harm nobody. It was just a gaslighting tactics. All those years ago, I didn't know until 2018 to date what I know now, kind of thing. I would have told where to go. This housing place where I rent the flat, the agents at the time said, "Oh, if you don't rehome your 2 cats, you're going to be kicked out." And I trusted this woman, political woman, I thought would look after them temporarily. Well, I was taking them on and fighting and defending my lawful rights. Sadly, when I went to go and get my cats back, that stupid, nasty piece of work woman found she was neglecting them. Tried to ring up in England as RSPCA to report her and to get my cats back. Of course, she owned her house and she was blocking me to get back access to my own cats. So everything I did to try and get them back, it failed. So I lost my 2 beautiful cats. One was 10-year-old, long-haired, black and white cat. I've got really demonic neighbours. One above me right now, flat 10, is doing all the banging. Moving about, doing banging this time of night. It's about 2 AM UK time. And then you got police informers that are doing dodgy stuff right opposite me, flat 7. You got alleged drug dealing, big time, bushy small fry going on, flat 9. Then other things, it's like a movie. There's a lot of dodgy stuff going on around it. And I'm central, right splat in the middle of it all. Yeah, so I was just doing observation before me as I got back in from the shop earlier, and I was just observing my surroundings because the idiots, certain individuals I can't mention publicly about, kicking the main flat, Brocker Flats door. The whole bloody intercom electrical system's broken. And you will think it's a war zone around here. It's not. It's not. They call it in this part of the UK, right, first to be a smart city, and they call it what's it? Quote. I can't think of the title now. Culture quarter culture or something, meant to be all these modern buildings, right? And for these very rich and wealthy people to go to the arts and the theatre, and it's nothing but opposite. And you've got the e-scooters all over the bloody paths that these younger generation, the university, the halls or universities that's around the corner, and they use them with their smartphones, you know, and they just plant them on the bloody roads or paths, and this really is not what you think it is. So yeah, this part of England is turning into a very controlled environment where it's mainly turning to, have you ever seen anything on about China where some of the inner cities are very sort of like controlled, and during the lockdowns especially, and we'll just imagine a mini version of that in Midlands in England, in one's area, and they're redesigning a lot of these main town centre buildings, the shops, into flats. So the grid pattern of 5G smart lights, street lamps, all designed, and it really is like a bloody George Orwell 1984 grid pattern. Every 2 meters, I think it is about every 4 meters really. But I observe my surroundings, and I tell you, it's ironic because the gardeners was around 2 days now. Yesterday, a couple of days in the afternoon, and they didn't even touch the garden, which it used to be beautiful, bushes and flowers on my side of the communal garden area, and it's all completely just trashed, and some idiots just dump all the rubbish from the street side on the cars into a garden bit, and all these years I've lived here, it's just gone downhill. And the housing corporation that owns you can't buy the flats, you can rent them. Because the prime real estate, this land is very expensive. Now the town centre areas. So yeah, it's a lot of changes, and I tell you, when the shite hits the fan over here in this area, you're gonna know about it. There's a lot of dodgy dealings, stuff I know about, put it this way, certain political arena, and who they're connected to for years, but I cannot even say what I know. Just bear with me. Oh yeah, I enjoyed some of your videos, thank you. Oh, you're welcome, no worries. Oh wow, I forgot it's 2 AM over there. I know the time zone. Oh wow, it's so early for you. Your dinner time or something. 6 PM in the morning. I always wonder what time it was, depending. It's quite interesting. You got different coasts, parts of America are different time zones, and I always got puzzled when I went over America many years ago, and I got married over there years ago. I went to, where did we go? We went to Disney World. That's a long time ago. Yeah, on the half got married to somebody, ended up getting divorced quite quickly soon after. But he was a very nasty man. He was a Mason businessman, and a very dark side. I know a lot about Freemasonry, and the higher degree, the level you get. I've met a lot of people, some really interesting people over the years, who were very much in the club, shall we say. Extremely wealthy, and when I used to do modelling years ago, I met all sorts of people in parties and things, and I'm pretty streetwise, but they got me run over 2009 to shut me up. There's a lot of journals and diaries, and my journalism days when I used to do research, well I still do, but for the National Journalism Union, used to be a member of. Still got my pass, my press passes, but I uncovered a paedophilia ring. Sick, isn't it? I didn't even know how deep the rabbit hole goes with all that, but the satanic, demonic side of it all. It's been going on for a long time. Before I was born, in my late months, period of time. So it's nothing new. It's just now I know what I know. It's just I'm seen like a threat. They've got to shut people up. I do not ever name anybody who's connected to what I know locally. They're just watching. They're just monitoring. My internet gets rerouted. My emails, phone calls, phones, everything, post, you name it, is being monitored 24 hours a day. So yeah, I always stream the website. It's not mine. People can go and research what a can stalk is. brain interface technology. Transhumanism is the future. If you want your brain uploaded to a supercomputer, yeah, it's more than the Neuralink, like Elon Musk. You know, his corporation. I mean, I had to study law since 2012 to, you know, to educate myself on my God-given rights, let alone anybody else's. So my other two channels I used to just educate on the facts and truth, and then learning and making connections with people in America, Australia, New Zealand, building a good profile to help others, really, you know, that don't know what the rights are. So there's a gentleman from California in America who was in a van, right, homeless, made homeless, a beautiful two dogs, and he was set up. He's not a violent man. He's just really, I mean, he helped me in a lot of ways. He made another guy called Mo, got to know him in America, and he's a very spiritual man, actually. And yeah, we made some really good contacts. I met somebody, as I said, through Mo, New Zealand, very intelligent and native from true tribe of New Zealand. I can't remember which tribe now, but he was very, he was just educated and knowledgeable and all, and he helped me up in that. And what I know, what I've done so far is the ultimate in control. The trauma is always like triggers, you know. And then when you get the gaslighting, denied services on top, and then, as I said, when they got me run over, so you get a physical amount. You don't stop your brain working, it's just you've got to be extremely careful. So those channels got took down. I didn't even do anything. It's just they don't want anyone to be knowledgeable. You know, you've got to fight for what you know. You've got to do it honorably. You don't want to get caught up in anything. You know, you've got to be smart about what you do, and you've got to go about it with an honour, and knowing the tricks and trades what these corporation elites do, and I'll never stop doing, because they're all part of the club. But we will fight back. Anyway, that's lawfully. So, MK Ultra Mind Control program in Canada all those years ago came over from the history, Nazis, German, you know, World War II, America, were testing on these innocent individuals in these hospitals. Came to like the 70s, 80s, but it never stopped. It just went more sophisticated technology. But anyway, this website people can have a look at. Anyway, I go back to that gentleman's video because I'm just finishing it something to eat. Just a snack. I tend to stream on to honestly. Oh, well, eventually. If I don't type back, it's preoccupied. I'm just gonna listen to this. Well, before I do, I'm gonna show what video it is. If one wants to go and see it for themselves.
So there's been
this guy must live upwards somewhere. So let me just screen share some. It's getting extremely hot in England from today, and it's 3 days, so we've got a heat warning on. Alright, so this is a video. Okay, I'll be back. Oh, stiff as a board.
In this devastating report that's been released. And shout out to Savannah Hernandez. All right, I believe her channel is called Sav Says, and she did an epic report with a National Guardsman. All right, National Guardsman who's current, and his face and identity was not revealed for his own safety, but the things he said are just, they're unbelievable. All right. And the reason why this matters, okay, because this is going to come over the border when it hits the fan. All right. It's already coming over now, but when it really hits the fan, it's going to be here. All right. The cartels and gangs are going to start taking over America like they do Mexico. All right.
Yeah,
I feel like this can happen a lot sooner than we think based on what this guy's been telling us. All right. So he was saying that they are constantly being shot at from the cartel from across the border, and they're not allowed to shoot back because they're not allowed to shoot into Mexico because they're technically United States officials, and they don't. I guess the United States doesn't want to be represented like that. But this is insane. That he said he feels like a sitting duck that he's just getting shot at. He said that there are decapitations and heads found. Okay, he said they find heads, and this is real. All right, I read an article just the other day that a head was found inside of a box in a major Mexican city, and it's a known area for cartel and gang activity.
That's not good news.
This is very dangerous. These are very dangerous people. These are some of the most dangerous criminals on earth, all right, and they're organized. So it's dangerous to have this coming over the border. And he was also saying that there's this house that everyone knows about, and he said that bodies are dragged out of the house from behind a car. Bodies. So they're not alive, bodies are just dragged out, and they drag them over the border and then cut them loose. They just cut the bodies over there, and then they just drive back. And they just leave a bunch of dead.
Moved up and down, like a snake. Moved around a little bit, this and that, but outside of giving a shout out to Avatar here for the 3 coffees. Thank you for buying those 3 coffees. Other dangerous assignments. You wonder why the IRS was stacking up all that ammunition? Well, now you know. This ain't a joke. This ain't a conspiracy theory, folks. This is real. They've been buying ammunition, large bulk amounts, for years now. And I look back on this, for years. And this is why. This is part of their criminal investigation division. That's what you can't see here from what I recall from reading the whole page today. Part of their criminal investigation where they're going to be going out to certain places, serving warrants, looking for people, and yes, they're going to be armed, spitting lead if necessary. This is very real. It's for all the people out there like, why does the IRS need weapons and guns? Well, this is why. They have an enforcement branch that goes out armed at this point heavily after the American people. So after the big bulk of money that they just got, dude, oh my God. This is a weaponized branch. We are witnessing an atrocity in this country right now like you've never seen. They're tearing it apart, literally tearing it in two. By the time I'm done with the stream, we're going to touch on who, what, when, where, why. This is all heading toward a manufactured civil war by design, splitting the states into, tearing them apart effectively.
Agenda 2030.
Carson, thank you for the coffee. Much appreciated. Thank you for all the love and support. This is getting crazy, guys. So the job duties, as you just seen, were just laid out for you. I'm gonna go back over here and see if I can get this page. Oh, it looks like it did reroute. They pulled the job 100%. It's now rerouting to the front page instead of throwing a 503. And well, we can click on it right here one more time. 500 internal server error gets thrown.
Right. I'll pause it there. This guy, Underground News, he's never done a live before. Not like this. And basically, he's not even hacked right now. 1,000 people in the chat. Good luck to him. Right. DAHBO 777 should tell you it all. 777. Now this is going to be interesting. Diana Kane, a live stream. She played music. I better mute just in case she's.
execution or some shit. So could have been a couple Manchurian candidates there at that time. Who knows? Anyways, they got scared off because my daughter was there. She woke me up, right? So that was when shit started to get real, like real, okay? So shortly after that, I was trying to get a job where I was going to go down to Columbus to do a boot camp for a coding, like boot camp that I was going to do. I got selected through this veterans, like, selection program where I had to take this testing. I scored really high in the testing. So I qualified, and they were basically going to put me in basically a high-level IT job, but just start you off at a boot camp. So you didn't have to go to 4 years of schooling or anything. They just run you through a boot camp. Then after the boot camp, you're going to be on a 1-year intern program. So I applied for that. I interviewed with Chase Bank. That was who I was going to get the internship through when I finished the boot camp. Applied with them, thought everything was good to go. I was going to move to Columbus. I was going to get away from the bullshit that was happening in my apartment where I was at. And it was going to be a fresh start. So they told me basically, the guy that was the recruiter is telling me, relaying to me. So I'm like, fuck yeah, sweet, dude. I'm going to fucking get this awesome fucking opportunity. And I guess I can get more opportunities in my life. So I get prepared. I start like selling my shit. I sold my couch. I'm getting ready to do the second or the third interview at Chase Bank. They tell me basically, hey, dude, yeah, you fucking got this shit. We're taking 3 people, and 4 of you interviewed, and you were one of their favorites. So this is what the guy that was the recruiter is telling me and relaying to me. So I'm like, fuck yeah, sweet, dude. I'm gonna get this awesome fucking opportunity. And I guess I can get more opportunities again in my life. So I get prepared. I start like selling my shit. I sold my couch. I'm getting ready to fucking move to Columbus. So I'm gonna stay with my cousin. That was the agreement that we had. And everything's gonna be fucking awesome, man. I'm gonna start my new life and everything's gonna be great. Well, and they fucking lied. Okay, so situation didn't pan out. And I was behind on my rent. I was like literally fucked. I had no furniture. I had no money. Unemployment got denied from a claim that I had when I lost the situation at Baker Hughes General Electric. So I was fucked. So I go and I'm like, all right, let's get back to the grind, man. Let's look for fucking jobs. I hop on the internet. Boom, first job pops up. Spectrum Internet Field Service Technician. I'm like, well, I mean, I've done worse, you know. Can't be the worst fucking gig again. What's up, peace, love, truce? I'm thinking like it can't be the worst fucking gig ever, right? And you know, I knew that a job like that had a lot of turnover. I'd heard a lot about it from the area where I was in years past. So I knew that it was a decent job when you got in there and you got accustomed to what you were doing and you got in a routine. But it can be fucking a nightmare. Okay, and again, I knew that going in, but I thought, hey, I got to do what I got to do. So I got to get in this fucking job. I got to make this shit happen. But I never really wanted to be there. You know what I'm saying? I felt like it was like handed to me and given and like forced to me. And they're like, yeah, you're supposed to come here and work. So I do that. I get in there. Nothing fucking went right from the jump. My supervisor, who was supposed to be my supervisor, who interviewed and hired me, he fucking left. Nobody ever helped me with anything. The first 2 months I was there, nothing I needed, no coordination, no getting my van. They gave me the shittiest possible van you could possibly get. I mean, dude, it was worse than what I expected going in. And I didn't have the highest of expectations at all. I had low expectations, okay? And it was even fucking worse. But again, I'm thinking, you know what? But, all right, the good part about this job is we're going to get 4 days of 10-hour shifts. You're going to get 3 days off every week. And that is good for you because you like your time off, 4 and 3. So that's what you're here for, man, the 4 and 3. That's what you got to fight. And that's what you got to wait until you fucking get to the 4 and 3. And everything's going to get better. But, oh, no, dude, it did not get better. They sent me out to the field, and they sent me out to the field on my own without really a lot of time with the supervisor or anything. Like, nobody really gave me any one-on-one training in the field. It was very, and some guys took to it quickly. Okay, but I don't take to things very quickly. Like, not mechanical things. I'm not highly mechanically inclined. So when it comes to mechanical things, I'm not just going to get into doing them and take off. It's going to take me a little bit more time. I can understand the concepts that I'm working with. So I understood how the internet worked like no other. So I could explain it to customers. I was fucking phenomenal at that. I could troubleshoot the problems. But what I lacked at was the installation work. I'm not very physically gifted in terms of my dexterity, right? So doing the installation work itself, changing out the fittings, doing all this little tedious hand dexterity shit was fucking agonizing for me, man. Some of the most agonizing shit of all time that I've had to do. And they didn't give me a lot of training. So they get me out, and then they start getting me out to these jobs. And it was like every job was worst case scenario. I do the installation, I run a new drop, I do everything like they teach me to do. It's taking me fucking forever. I get inside the house, and it would be a simple process from there. Hook up the boxes, you got the signal connection right, hook up the boxes, communicate with the people you got to communicate with to activate the boxes, and you're in fucking good shape. And it was like every job, I'd call the people to activate the boxes, and none of my equipment worked. Like ever. Or I'd be on hold for 45 minutes to an hour. So the point I'm trying to make is I was staying at these jobs for fucking hours. And I'm getting frustrated as hell early because I'm like, this can't be possible. What is happening? Like, there was something happening to me. They were literally doing something intentional to me. And I fucking knew it, dude. There was no doubt in my mind this shit was happening. They were fucking with me intentionally. So I keep giving it the benefit of the doubt. I keep getting sent to these like huge fucking jobs. I've got no experience. It's making no sense. I'm having to call, get more people sent. I try to call around to get fucking equipment. Nobody wants to give me equipment, so I'm having to travel to go find equipment from people, which is somewhat standard when you're new. So that's to be expected. I'm not talking down on that, but I had to do it a lot. And here's the thing, though. I was always professional. I was always cool with these people. I never disrespected anybody there. I was always great to the technicians, supervisor, everything. But, dude, I was getting shit on royally at this job. And then I start to notice some shit happening, right? So around the time of, well, first I got to tell you what I started to do because I was getting shit on at this job and I was pissed off. So I'll tell you my fault in the situation. They gave me a work phone and I was supposed to get free cable and internet services through them that they paid for. But when I went to set up my free cable and internet, they told me that I owed like $385 on a bill.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and I'm trying to do the math on this, and they said it was because of some equipment. What I started doing is I started taking their work phone and hotspotting, bro. And streaming fucking video, playing fucking video games. I started hotspotting off their work phone in my apartment and playing fucking video games online, dude. I was straight up using hella fucking gigs on this work phone. Zero fucks given. Fucking live streaming, fucking chicks jerking off, watching porn, streaming off of it. Zero fucks given, right? And I knew it. It's because like I said, I was fucking pissed off at them. And I was like, fuck it, you know? So I get back, you know? So I get back and the head main manager guy take mention of how somebody is using a ridiculous amount of data on their cell phone. He didn't point me out, but he was literally talking about me and I knew it. And he starts talking about And he starts talking about a couple other things. Right after he mentioned that, that's when hell broke loose. That's when they start sending me to these jobs that are foster care homes. Okay, this is when the gaslighting started. And this is when they start opening I guess you could say my third eye starts getting activated. They start sending me into these homes. I'm going to these homes, and a lot of these homes are like foster care, where they're sending me to these jobs. They would take everything out of the buffer list of jobs. And they would say, oh, but we got this one random job we want you to go to. And I'm like, that's like out of the way. And they would send me to it. And it was like some foster care situation with like young girls and shit. And then I'd go in there, and I'm telling you, man, the shit that I witnessed, I won't go too much into detail, but I'm here to tell you, it just reaffirmed the already pre-existing beliefs that I had about how children get treated and essentially sex trafficked in foster care. Okay? Now, can I prove all this now? No. But it was so bad that I got this close on several occasions to reporting it to Child Protective Services. That's how bad some of this shit was. I was going in and seeing. I mean, I was going in, and they had children in these houses I was going to, half dressed in provocative clothing, and they would follow me around. Okay, this is when that shit starts to happen. So then, again, still same scenario. Worst case scenario jobs. The worst of the fucking worst. Then I go, it's like, I do the situation where the whole police thing happens after I go to my buddy's wedding out there, come back, the police are following me for like a week around, right? I go back, and I'm like, okay, everything's stabilizing. It's like the beginning of the year. Then I go to this one particular job, and this one is the one I should have reported. I should have fucking reported this, and still to this day, I'm like, what the hell was wrong with you? Because I know the shit that I saw, right? So I'm going to tell you the shit that I saw, and I've talked about this before. So I go into this house, right? And it was a house in a place, it was like an area like, in this area, it was kind of like this town called Mogador, but it was kind of like Lakemore. It was like this weird area. It was actually really close to where my ex works, with this Goodyear blimp hanger, for Goodyear, where they have like their blimp hanger now. So I go up there and I go to this like fucking townhome split duplex thing, right? And it's like up on the right on this hill in the back. It's set back. It was very secluded from a lot of shit. It's in the back, and then not just that, but it was like off. So like even windows and everything from the back, like you couldn't like see out. So like nobody could like see basically anything that was going up here on this like plot of land with these double duplex. So I go up there and knock on the door. This place is a fucking shithole. I mean, and it's a double duplex, but what they've done is the people who are inside who have bought it or something, they occupied both halves. Meaning they just opened up both sides of the duplex. It was just a one story and then a basement. And they opened the whole thing up on both sides. So I go inside and I knock on the door. This woman answers. She's approximately my age, maybe a little bit younger. She's got a couple boys in there. I'm like, okay, cool, man. This is good. No big deal, whatever. I'm thinking it's going to be a simple, easy fucking internet fix. I'm basically troubleshooting a gripe, and then she wants me to upgrade her internet from the speed it was at, and she wants more speed, so she wants to go to the 500 megabyte service, and she wants a new like router, right? So I'm like, cool, man, this is gonna be easy fucking peasy, lemon squeezy. Should be able to figure out a good location for this centralized location. Check out the drop, check out everything to make sure it's up to snuff. No. Nothing was fucking up to snuff on this job. I had to do the drop. It's pouring down freezing fucking rain. I had to do the drop. I run the fucking drop because I started getting pretty damn good at drops. It took me a little while. Like, we're still doing old school drops. You got to climb up on a fucking raggedy pole. This was the raggediest of the raggedy poles. You're way fucking up high on a ladder. It's an ice storm, right? You're running the fucking drop line down to the house. I hate that. I actually made really good time on the drop. Then I get to the side of the house, the demarc point. They call like the main entry point to the home, the demarcation point. I get to the demarc point, and I'm like, what the fuck is it? Dude, it was like a fucking nightmare. There were so many cables and coax lines running on this house and different fucking splitters, and it was one of the worst configurations I've ever seen. And I had some bad ones, but this one stole the fucking cake. So I'm tracing lines, I'm figuring out. So what ultimately results in, there's one line that I'm gonna run. I can cut out all the fat. There's no cable boxes, there's nothing. So all I gotta do is find the one line that they're already occupying and using, and I just gotta trace it, figure out where it is, extend it, make sure I still have enough signal, and boom, hook up, and I'm good. So when I get inside, this requires me to have to run additional cable because I have to move it from where it is. And like I said, I had to extend it. So I got to put basically a line, which doesn't really deduct any signal. So no signal attenuation from the barrel. It doesn't deduct. So then I can barrel from there, connect additional cable, run it down, fucking good to go, right? I had to run it where it was in this basement. So I get down in the basement, and even before I knew like where the main cable came in and where it came out of and everything, I was trying to find the main line that had actual signal. I went in the basement first, and I went to one side of the basement, and it was just, I mean, dude, there were so many fucking cables running through this fucking basement. Oh my god, it was unreal. So I already checked one side of this place, and the basement is a fucking wreck. I mean, it's a train wreck. You're just fighting through shit. You're fighting through clothing and just literally garbage and boxes and junk everywhere, which is the norm for the most part, but this was a little excessive. So I get back, once I do that, and I realize where the one cable is. The one cable was back in this back cubby section where I go down the stairs, they go forward, this is like the opening area in the basement. That like your furnace, your hot water tank and shit like that was there. Those basic fundamentals. But then to the left, they kind of finished it off a little bit. And that's where all the trash was and stuff. So I go to the opening to the left, and there's another left that you can make, and it goes back to these makeshift bedrooms. Now, before I went back there, this woman told me this sad story about how she was married to her husband. Like, dude, this woman just told me this for no reason. Yeah, I was married to my husband, and he had 3 daughters, and I had 3 boys, and we had the Brady Bunch family, and he left me for my oldest son's daughter, who was 16, right? So she's telling me this story, I'm like, fuck. He left me for my oldest son's daughter, my son's girlfriend, who was 16 at the time when they started having a relationship with each other. She's telling me about this, and I'm like, oh, sorry to hear that. You know, terrible. And she said, and then after everything broke out, he up and just took the girls and took everything and just took off. And I haven't heard from him or seen him in months. She's telling me this. She said it was 2 months. And I'm like, damn, that's really fucked up, right? Something like happened. Like something happened. I'm guessing criminally. And I'm going to get to that. Because when I went down to the basement, I went to these makeshift bedrooms. Guys, the shit I fucking saw is unreal. First of all, how were these girls? This is where the girls were. At least they had somewhat, so it seems, they had them split. They had the boys upstairs on the one side, supposedly, and then the girls were downstairs on the other rebuilt side, right? So these bedrooms are a train wreck, but all their shit is still there, guys. So where the fuck did these people go? All their shit is there. And it was a fucking mess. And it was just like mattresses. They were just like sleeping on mattresses on the floor in a basement. Look, I did it. I get it. I know what it's like to be poor. I slept on floors. I slept on no mattress. I had a fucking rough childhood, dude. Really fucking rough. So I get it. But dude, then I start seeing weird clothing. All right? It's one thing. She told me these girls ranged from 14 to 9. Right? 3 of them. I get it, dude. Girls play dress up and shit. Completely understandable. I got a daughter. Well, I mean, my daughter doesn't play dress up, but I know most girls play dress up. Okay? That's like a pretty normal thing. I had a younger sister when I was younger. She fucking played dress up. All right? This is what they do. So, but this was like weird clothing to play dress up in. You catching my drift? And I'm seeing it in every room because I'm trying to find the line. So I get in. I'm just like brushing this shit off. Then I get into the next room. I'm running the cable over. I barrel off the one. I run over and I have to run it through the ceiling across this top section to get to where, and then now I got to run to the back of this one girl's bedroom and run it up through above this dresser and threw over next to where the furnace was. And then I'm going to run it and drill a hole through the floor. I already drilled the hole. So I'm going to run it straight up through the floor. Boom, bing, bang, boom. I'm done. I get over and I'm trying to run the cable, the coax, up through the ceiling tile. I pull this ceiling tile up and out pops like sadomasochistic, like sex toys. Sex toys. So then I'm like, what the fuck am I seeing? So then I'm investigating more. This was like a young middle schooler's bedroom. She's got pictures in there of cheerleading. So this girl couldn't have been older than anywhere from 10 to 12 years old, maybe 13 at the most. Okay, based on the photos that were there. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit doing here, right? Again, imagine a father and imagine all that going through your fucking head. And that shit was a lot to take. So I'm just like, I see it, but I'm like, I'm not fucking seeing shit. Fuck it, because it's not my job. I gotta like just shut the shit out and act like I'm not seeing a lot of it, right? So I put the shit back up there. Shit literally fell out. I fucking put it back up there, and I'm just going on my way, right? Get up, finish this fucking job finally. I mean, dude, that shit weighed super fucking heavy on my mind and on my heart. And it was after that job that I had been through so many scenarios of that, seen so much weird, sadistic, creepy ass fucking shit involving what appeared to me, this is how it appeared to be pedophile shit. Just like sex trafficking pedophile shit in so many fucking houses that, I mean, dude, it's one thing if you just see this weird shit in one house, guys, but I saw it in over 7 or 8 in a period of a month, dude. Like this, they were sending me to these weird fucking houses, guys. This is what I'm telling you, and these are the logical conclusions that I came to. And I'm gonna basically wrap all this together here in a minute when I tell you what happened to me when I had enough. So start of the new year, 2020, I'm like, I had enough. I gotta get the fuck out of this fucking field. So I kind of injured my back, right? I injured my back on this one job in a snowstorm where I had to run a cable I had to go a different way to run this cable, and I had to run fatter cable because the distancing was too far. So this was an excruciating job. I was fucking just completely gassed out of my mind, and I tweaked my back with the ladder trying to take it down. I jerked it too fast. I have a lower back problem that's reoccurring, right? So I hurt my back, and I finished the job, but I tell them, and I got to go and, you know, just run like a basic workman's comp claim, nothing fucking substantial. It was all legit, dude. They sent me to see a doctor. I think I missed like 3 or 4 days. That's it. But the workman's comp still had to comp me for those days, so I had to use them, even though technically I didn't really need to. I didn't really need to do workman's comp or anything. They sent me the shit and told me that I should do it, right? So it was during that period of time, I'm just online, and I'm like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. What? I've been at Spectrum long enough now. I can try to transfer to something else, man. Let me see what else I got. Let me see if I can go to any other jobs in Spectrum. I've got my, you know, my degree and shit, and I've got experience in security. So let me try to. So I was trying to get to the security job, basically this job in Colorado, to where basically you're an investigator, private investigator on accounts. So you do like investigations on Spectrum accounts, right? To look into them. To look for foul play and shit like that, right? So I'm like, yeah, that's a perfect gift for me, of course, coming from my background. So I applied for that job and I actually interviewed, and I think I'm actually going to get it. This is in like February. Simultaneously, they had me interview for a call center job that's just one town over, but it's actually really close to where I live. So I can either do the job in Colorado or go to the call center. But when I go to the call center, that's when the honeypot honey traps there that I see, who sets up and smirks at me, follows me in, makes it a point of emphasis to introduce herself, tell me who she is. Like, they were trying to set me up. They wanted me to be in that call center. Okay? But I'm still thinking I got the job in Colorado. They tell me I got the job, everything went great in the interview. But then, just like the situation with the position in Columbus, it just like dies. And I tried to get in contact with them and nothing. So finally, I'm just like, okay, fuck it. So I accept the call center position in early March of 2020, just before COVID. And I go there to start training. So as soon as I go in, one of the main things that caught my eye about this girl that was working there security is she worked for the contract security company that I worked for 5 years. So that's already enough to garner interest right there in and of itself, these similarities. But again, dude, I never said anything to this girl. I was strictly there as a professional. Strictly there as a professional. So I go to the training class day one. Soon as I walked into training class day one, there's a seat that literally everybody else is like, apparently everybody else was a half an hour early. And I showed up 15 minutes prior, and there was still one seat left. Like it was just prepped. This was going to be my seat, and everybody knew it. And it sat me right next to this woman who was like, oh, hey, this is your seat. Here you go. She sits down, and this was the strangest woman ever. She disappeared after a week, guys. She vanished. I'll get to her again later. She was like, just hit me up with all these questions, like was like inquiring about shit. She acted like she already knew me, dude. She acted like a psychologist, okay? That's who she acted like. And why she was at this job makes no sense to me at all. But she was there, like she didn't belong. And then a week later, she just disappeared. But she comes back later. So shortly into the training class, this other dude named Mike comes up to me. He's got the same name as my best friend. What a coincidence. He comes up to me on break and he sparks conversation. He's like, hey, man, I like your shirt, man. He's like, I love veterans. He's got this veteran emblem. He's got this veteran logo thing on his thing. I love veterans, it says. Look at me. Look, I love veterans. He's got this thing on his back. He's like, hey, man, I've been to Nashville. I was talking to this guy that was friends of mine who was in Nashville at the time doing this singing competition that I wanted to be at, that I thought I deserved to be at. Hey, look, man. I've been to Nashville, dude. This guy's like everything he could to be the perfect friend. Oh, look at this. Look at all these similarities. Look what I got. Look, I love veterans. This dude Mike just hits me up. We're going to be best fucking buddies. He makes it a point of emphasis to be my best friend and garner my trust, right? So, I'm continuing on, man. So, here's the thing, right? At the same time, there's other fucking weirdos in there. A bunch of weirdos who already worked for the company and did the job once before, but now they're there again. And I come to find out later, they were just live action role players. They were just fucking agents, bro. And these dudes were doing weird shit. The instructor named Saban was gaslighting me and telling me about shit. He gave a scenario about a situation that these guys went into to turn on the service because they came in and turned on my service. And he described my apartment. He literally told about my apartment. I only had a fucking fold-out chair in there. I had no fucking couch. I still didn't have a couch 6 months later, man. 7 months later. I had no couch for like 7 months, dude. Nothing to sit on but a fold-out chair. It was fucking brutal. It was fucking brutal. I had a nice-ass bed, but I had nothing else. I got rid of it. I had no money. I was financially fucking stuck. Couldn't make enough money to do anything about it. Got hit with child support, all this shit. So this guy's talking about my apartment and shit, gaslighting the fucking shit out of me. I'm like, this one, so I already get off on the wrong foot on him. This motherfucker's an asshole. How did he find out about my apartment? Why is he doing this? Directed conversation. So then we continue on, and then there's that girl that worked the security. So everybody's talking with that girl that worked the security. But like I said, I'm trying to be here to learn this job, and I got to focus on my shit. So I'm being very professional. I was not engaging in conversation with this girl. Nothing. I was completely cool. I watched all these dudes simp on her every fucking break, every second of every fucking day that they could. And I just did nothing. So she starts coming up to me, engaging conversation, asking me all these questions about this. Keep in mind, she was so fucking giddy around me, man. Like, you know how you just know, when girls just like have that crush on you, right? They're just like, they just think you're like the greatest thing ever. Okay? You know that. I've been around for a long time and I knew what the fuck was happening. But I just kept playing it cool, right? So then she starts to keep trying to get my attention more and more and more. So finally I get to a point where I'm like, yeah, this girl is cute as fuck. Obviously, I would love to fucking be in conversation with this girl, but I don't want to create a hostile work environment. All these dudes here simping on this girl, trying to get her attention. And if she gives me her attention of everybody here, then how does that make me look? How is that going to help me fit in with all these people? And I'm trying to get acclimated in this job. And I just want this to be an easy transition. I don't want to stand out. I don't want nothing. But I already stand out. I stood out everywhere I went. That's how it was. That's how people treated me. They like put me on a pedestal and shit, right? So, but it keeps escalating with this girl. She starts following me back and forth on breaks. Finally, I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Start having conversation with her, flirting with her back and forth. It gets to a point in like May, early May, where I'm at a point where I'm just like, I'm honestly like, I'm like daydreaming about this girl, man. I'm in like in my mind, I'm like, I made this cute little sign for her. I gave her this fucking sign. It said like officer awesome, like all this shit, dude. I'm just like completely fucking basically becoming head over heels for this fucking girl. And I haven't felt love or any emotion. I hadn't felt an emotion since before insomnia, since before 2015. That I ever even felt what seemed like a real emotion. I didn't even know what love felt like anymore. I wasn't intimately involved or had, it was just like casual, just bullshit fucking encounters of sex and stuff with my daughter's mom and shit before we finally broke it off. It was meaningless. I didn't fucking love her. I had zero feelings for her for years. Like zero. And I was tortured in that relationship. Like you can't imagine the way anyways, it's a whole other butt. So all of a sudden I'm feeling like love again. I'm like, oh, this is fucking great. I can still feel emotions. The shit happened with the Becca girl, and I couldn't feel anything for Becca, but man, dude, I found it. At least I found it. I'm in love, man. It was keeping me up all night. I couldn't fucking sleep. I'm going to the job, daydreaming about this chick, man. She's following me fucking everywhere. So finally it gets to a point where I'm like, okay, you know what? Let me just ask her for her phone number. She draws me outside in this one instance and gets with all these witnesses around to do it. And that's when I get the opportunity. And I'm like, hey, all right, I'm just going to ask this girl for her phone number. That's what she tells me after all the time that I've been engaging with her for over 2 months, 2.5 months. She tells me that she's engaged to be married and she has a ring on for the first time. I'm like, where the fuck did this come from? You were playing me, dude. You were straight up playing me for 2.5 fucking months. But I'm like, still, look, maybe she's not happy. Clearly she can't be happy. The way she's been engaging with me, all these things she's been doing, clearly she's not happy. So she would be happy with me, obviously. So we got this little fucking fling thing going on. So, okay, so she's like, well, I can give you my Facebook and we can talk on Facebook. And I'm like, right after she gives me her Facebook, the girl from week 1 I told you about, from the class, the only open spot, she gets out of a car and walks by and goes in, looks, they make eye contact with each other. Dude, I'm telling you, this whole fucking thing was planned. The whole thing was planned. It was set up for me to get this girl's Facebook and start communicating with her for some reason. Look, guys, I didn't even tell you how when I started at Spectrum and they were doing the training, how I realized that there were people spying on my account. You could see people who are accessing your account and looking at your information. They have this one program that you can access. And you can to basically monitor, track your account and everything on your account. All your services and everything. And you can switch and change things. You're not supposed to do it on your own, but you can look at your own shit. I found out there was all these people watching my shit. And I'm checking with other people. There's nobody watching their accounts. So I had people tracking and monitoring my account without my knowledge. And one of them showed they literally resided in the same apartment as me. So basically, I unveiled information about this covert fucking targeting that I wasn't supposed to figure out. And that's when the workplace mobbing happens. That's when they isolate me from everybody. That's when all of a sudden the dude Mike comes to me. He's like, hey, man. He's like, I got this fucking house, dude. I got this house, man, and it's for veterans. This one veteran fucking lived in there for a while, man. And he lived there for like a year. He had pit bulls and shit. And he's cleaned up a little bit. He's like, but I want you to move in there, dude. I think, because again, this guy was trying to be my best friend. He's like, before him, man, these fucking psychologists lived there. And they were running experiments on people or something. This guy is gaslighting the shit out of me. So he tells me, hey, I got the address if you're interested. I'm like, I guess, man, I need to get out of this fucking apartment, so that'd be fucking cool. Dude, I know this fucking address he's talking about, this house. It was all bullshit. There was no fucking house. It was nothing. This dude gaslit me. I drive fucking all the way over this town. He goes like, hey, did you see the house? I was like, yeah, dude. What the fuck ever, man. And he just starts fucking laughing. He knew it was all bullshit. That's when they started isolating me. So, long story short, that's when they started giving me these shitty fucking calls. Every call was the shittiest fucking call you could ever imagine. And they just completely fucking set me up and sabotaged me, man. That whole entire fucking time at Spectrum was a psyop until they let me go without just cause and terminated me for no reason. They psychologically messed with my head so bad to the point where, I mean, dude, it was bad. It was really fucking bad. And then when I left there, actually before I left, I can tell you this. There was one incident that happened where, because the people in my apartment were also ramping up the weird shit that they were doing simultaneously too, right? And they were isolating themselves from me and doing all this weird hidden shit all the time. And they do it right in front of me, but it was just a psyop. They were just fucking with me. So one of the things they did, I basically got agitated about, and I was talking with my daughter. We were in this fire pit. And I'm talking with her, and I'm joking with her. I'm like, man, I cannot wait till I get out of this fucking apartment. I hate this fucking place so bad. I hate these fucking people here so bad. They're fucking weak. Like I told her, I was like, they're weak. This is all they've ever wanted. This is all they want. They all work and fucking hang out with each other and got these little cliques. They don't know what it's like to struggle. They don't know what it's like to be an individual. And I swear to God, on my daughter's life, I heard somebody talk into my fucking head right after I said that shit and was like, fuck you, motherfucker, I'll kill you. I'm like, what the fuck? I shook my fucking head like this, like, the fuck did I just hear? That happened in late May. That was the first time I experienced voice to skull. That was not fucking voices in the head. That was voice to skull. That sounded like my fucking neighbor, the one who ended up harassing me and stalking me for the next 6 fucking months nonstop. Okay, but yeah, I mean, the point I'm bringing this up, dude, is Spectrum is heavily involved in this targeting shit. They set people up. They can own the rights to your fucking data, and they can sell it off to third-party fucking companies and give them free reign to all of your internet fucking data, everything, against your fucking knowledge. They basically own your life, dude, when you work for them. And you're under contract with them. And nobody tells you this, but this is how it goes. And if you piss them off and get in their bad graces, like they did me, they sent me some email telling me they sold all my data in like early May. I mean, dude, they seriously had it out for me, man. Seriously had it out for me. And, you know, I mean, ultimately, the best advice I can give to people is if you use Spectrum Internet Services, always use your own modem. Always use your own router. Do not use their equipment where you're contractually obligated. They control it. They can change it anytime they want. If you use your own equipment, you have better control and ability to monitor your own IP, to monitor your own shit, and know who's getting access to your connections, who's accessing your router, all of that stuff. You have much more control over it. It is paramount to use your own equipment. most of these people that think that it's fucking hackers and shit pinging their fucking shit when they get booted off fucking servers and offline and stuff like that, no. Having worked there, I know that most of that happens in call centers. It's the internet service provider. And they're watching you. Yes, they are watching you. I'm not trying to cause you psychosis, but they are watching you if they want to. They have super duper fucking unbelievable technology that can basically give them connection to your screen, mirror your fucking screens of all your devices, revert it, and make it a fucking camera. Yes, that's very true. Yes, it exists. I witnessed it with my own 2 eyes. The last time I tried to tell this story, a month ago, the police passed me 5 times in 5 minutes. Just kept driving past me around the block, trying to harass me to shut the fuck up. But this is the truth, guys. Do not use internet service from Spectrum unless you absolutely, look, you can. But again, know who you're dealing with. You better keep your shit locked tight. You better control your internet IP as much as you possibly can and your connections by using your own fucking equipment. And I would recommend do not use a fucking cable box. Don't use any fucking, especially DVR style cable boxes, anything like that. Don't do it. Stream to your fucking, use the streaming app, Spectrum streaming app, and stream fucking the cable television services to your television, and do it like that. That's if it's the most secure way. Don't use a fucking cable box. Use your own shit. Like these guys came here today trying to get me to sign up for Spectrum again. And look, dude, it's very fucking tempting because I'm struggling here. It's like 50 megabytes per second. I can't do shit in this fucking house. Nothing. If I could go back to my 500 megabytes per second like I had service from them when I was in my apartment, I mean, dude, I could do fucking anything technologically with just that speed. That's not even a gig. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would love to have 500 megabytes per second again, but I don't trust that company as far as I can fucking throw them. They got it out for me, dude. There's no doubt. They've had it out for me. So, and they definitely helped set up this fucking gang stalking shit. So anyways, Cal says, us men weren't designed to be alone. We all need a mate. Just keep that discernment on point. Yeah, dude, you know how fucking, I'm telling you, man, the way I felt, I don't remember. I'm telling you, that girl's feelings for me were genuine, dude, until she got flipped. They were genuine until she got approached and got flipped, because as soon as she gave me that fucking Facebook situation, she came in with a resignation letter, like, shortly after that, and it was like they got what they wanted. And she fucking bounced, and there was no explanation, there was no fucking nothing. Nothing. It was all just very, very suspect. I asked her, I was like, I hope that didn't have anything to do with me. I didn't send her any inappropriate messages or anything. Like I said, once I knew she was engaged, I didn't even want to contact her at all, because I thought it was just the wrong thing to do. Like, it was not something that I believed in ethically or morally. To try to break up a relationship with somebody. But at the same time, I was so conflicted, because I was like, I deserve to be happy. Like, why can't I be happy too? Why can't I meet somebody that I like, that I'm attracted to, that I can have a great, loving relationship with, that I haven't had since maybe I dated this girl when I was in the Marine Corps. Because I got my daughter's mom pregnant, and the rest is history. We were dating for a while, and I just got her pregnant, and she was supposed to be on birth control. But before that, I dated this one girl when I was in the Marine Corps named Amanda. That was probably one of the only people that I really was just like, you just have like that chemistry with, right? And that's why it was so exciting, dude. It was all a lie. Just fucking bullshit, manipulation, fuckery. And yeah, dude, it's pretty fucked up. Like what they did to me there. The way they used that girl to bait me and trap me, and get private information about me, and there's a lot more to it than what I've disclosed, man, but they did. And then later on, I see her after the targeting starts, guys. This is the nail in the fucking, this is literally the knife in the fucking back getting pulled out. I already got knifed in the back, but this is her pulling it out of my back. You know what she was the whole time? An undercover fucking LARP. So I say, but see, at the same time, though, still, her feelings were genuine. I know they were, man. I know they were. But the way I know that she was an undercover LARP is because 2 weeks into my targeting, I'm on the highway going to pick up my daughter. And, you know, they were doing every synchronicity in the book at this time to fuck with you psychologically. They had her merge with me on a highway. She was on the side, the berm of a road. And as soon as I come on this one on-ramp to connect to this route called 76, she got on the fucking highway and merged with me. And I look over in this fucking car to the right, and it's her driving a car in fucking army fatigues. She was in the United States Army. And I told this story before, and I'll go back to it if you think I'm bullshitting. It was 100% true. That girl was in the United States Army the whole time. She told me she was from like West Virginia, a place where I worked one time. Dude, she just fucking made up nothing but bullshit fucking lies. The whole story was a fucking lie. The whole Facebook account was fucking fake. So I was engaging with somebody and wasn't even fucking her. Had her pictures on it. Wasn't her. This is what they do. Anything to set you up, man. Anything to humiliate you. Just, yeah. You know, that's all I got to say, man. He says some women will use you to get another guy to pull the trigger on getting engaged. No, I think she was already engaged, man. Because they had the wedding planned for August of that same year. So, oh yeah, military's involved. My best friend was involved, man. Yeah. Herbert Guru said his starting their campaign too. Yeah, she was fucking Army intel, bro. Almost certainly. But still, man, it seems so fucking real, dude. Seems so fucking real, man. I hadn't had anybody treat me like that in so long. The way she lit up when I walked in the room, man, her face just lit up ear to fucking ear, just smiles ear to fucking ear, man. She blushed every time I went in the room. Again, I don't know how she could have been that good of an actress. That's what I mean. I gauged all the signs correctly. All of them. It was real, man. But, and again, it wasn't. It was, you know, maybe the person in the car, here's the thing, though. Maybe the person I saw in the car in the Army fatigues and thought it was her. Maybe it was just a lookalike to trick me and make me think it was her. Part of the psyop. You know, sometimes I try to tell myself that I didn't see what I thought I saw. But again, I'm pretty confident. I know a face. I know faces, man. I'm really fucking good with faces. And I was so hyper vigilant and alert at that time because I was just like, you know, like fucking everything's fucking, you know, that I'm almost fucking certain that was her, but whatever. JB Momini, what happened with Spectrum? Bro, I just told the story already. You're gonna have to watch the video from the beginning. And make sure you guys fucking thumbs up this fucking video. Thumbs up this video. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. Comment. It helps the algorithm, guys. So it helps me get more exposure. All right. This story I shared about Spectrum is 100% true, man. Spectrum is a shady company that works with federal agencies and contract groups, security contract groups, to set people up and entrap them. and get basically all of the data on them and give it up without a warrant needed. And that's how they get it. Because when you sign that disclosure and you work for them, they don't need a warrant to pull your fucking information. They could give it to access to anybody, and they're just going to get free access to it. So like a federal agency or something like that, as part of a task force or something, they don't need it. They don't need a warrant. That's the reality of what I found out. And it's in the contract that you signed, the disclosure. Look through it. When you sign that disclosure with Spectrum, look through it and read it. Read the fine print on it. Nobody reads it. When you sign the contract, and it's even more extensive when you become an employee and you're using their services. Because you're using their services, they fucking own you, man. Now again, if you got no red tape at all, you're fine. But most dudes have red tape. Let's just be fucking honest. And if they're after you, they're gonna find it. When they find it, time to fucking pay the piper. Because I told you, Department of Homeland Security was already hot on my tail, bro. They already fucking falsely accused me and all kinds of shit. They were out to make me fucking pay. And Spectrum just helped them get there. Set this shit up. Caused the psychosis, the paranoia, and everything. It really primed me the right ingredients to go overt on them. And that's what happened, guys. Now, yes, simultaneously, my finances were falling apart. Yes, simultaneously, I'd experienced a lot of trauma in my life over the previous 2 years. I'd been through a shit ton. Things around in my life were falling apart. There wasn't a lot of stability. I was struggling. Yes, all of those things were happening too. But I assure you, they were happening because most of them were being caused. The sabotage to my vehicles, the sabotage to my apartment where I walked on the steps, people breaking into my apartment trying to murder me. It was intentionally being done. That shit was real. It's all just, they're just stirring it. Just mixing those ingredients in one at a time until they get that right recipe. Just right. Ding, 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 dinner time, bitch. We got a lot of people we got to feed. Guess what, motherfucker? You're the cow we're about to milk for a long time. That's how it works. Set your ass up, dude. So, let's see what else we got. Cal says mine started years ago. I can for certain. It went over in 2016 when I got run down by a car and the local corruption covered it up. Yeah. I believe that, Cal. That's a similar thing that happened to Danielle McTarnahan with her husband, calling it a suicide. And the coroner report and the facts basically showed that it couldn't have been a suicide. It looked like a fucking murder. They killed him with a fucking car. They hit him on the highway with a fucking car. And the cops refused to accept the evidence. Made the determination that it was a suicide. And while she tried to fight it for 3 months, boom, they gang stalked her. Shut her ass up. Try to get her forced on meth. So yeah, guys, the cops do bad shit. No doubt about it. Cops participate in gang stalking. They do bad shit. Some of the shit is justified. Some of the shit you're doing shit you're not supposed to be doing. And they just catch on to you. And they come to make you pay the piper. Right? But we all got that shit. It's that for certain people, they make it personal. For certain people, they want human traffic. For certain people, they want gang stalk, guys. That's just what it is, man. Especially when they've got your psychological profile and they know your history and background. And they've got all these things that they can use as part of the PSYOP to trap you. This is how it works, man. But there's so many players involved in this, I don't know how I keep it up quite. Brian Crawford about the only whistleblower. Yeah. I don't know, dude. Bill Benny, right? Ex-CIA that I think he's in the relationship with Horton. So look, guys, make no mistake about it. They cause you schizophrenia, dude. They do. But once they induce it early on, from the trauma and everything they hit you with, the directed energy and shit, it's all about how you handle it from there. As whether or not it becomes full blown or stabilizes and you just deal with some of the more mild symptoms of it. But they cause me schizophrenia, dude. It's legit. I've been saying that for months. It's legit. There's some things I deal with physically that aren't directed energy. There's something in my brain. But directed energy is very real. And it's happening. And I proved it. Right on my last. Right here. You ready? It's directed energy. Go back to my streams before 2 days ago. Where I sat here in the same spot. Speakers were on and everything. You won't hear that. Because they weren't doing it, gentlemen. They turned the blanket tap on. These speakers are like radar detectors. They're like fuzz detectors. That's what they are. It's like
It's a psychopath. It's connected. What the hot drinks? What the hell's going on? Much from this mountain. Ow. Oh, my shoulder. Look at my toes. Dream to see me breathe.
Back and forth.
For that, you'll have to turn off aeroplane mode. For that, you'll have to turn off aeroplane mode. For that, you'll have to turn off aeroplane mode.
Let me look on the most. Yeah, you need